Good morning and welcome to the Scenic Regional Council Ordinary Meeting for Tuesday the 31st of March 2026, in which I declare the meeting now open, and also acknowledge the traditional owners on the lands that we meet and pay my respects to elders past, present and future. I believe we have a full attendance today of Council, with two councillors, Councillor Hay and Councillor Sanders, joining us online, and there were no apologies. So now I'd like to welcome to the chamber Justin Wilcox for prayers. Jason Wilcox, my apologies, Jason, for prayers. Welcome and thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Tom. And thank you all for having me.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Tom, and thank you for inviting me here. I just want to do a short reading before we get into the prayer, especially as we're in the most sacred week of the Christian calendar, Passover and Easter week. So this is from Philippians chapter 2. Do nothing out of selfish ambition or vain conceit. Rather, in humility, value others above yourselves, not looking to your own interests, but also each of you to the interests of others. In your relationships with one another, have the same mindset as Christ Jesus, who being in the very nature of God, did not consider equality with God something to be used to his own advantage. Rather, he made himself nothing by taking on the very nature of a servant and being made in human likeness. And being found in appearance as a man, he humbled himself by becoming obedient to death, even death on a cross. Therefore God has exalted him to the highest place and given him the name that is above every name, that at the name of Jesus every knee should bow, in heaven and on earth and under the earth, and every tongue acknowledge that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. And Jesus gives us such a role model of good leadership, a servant leadership where we serve others. Let's pray. Lord Jesus, thank you for this time that we can gather together. Thank you for this council meeting. Thank you for the important decisions they make, Lord. Thank you that leadership is a good thing, Lord. You have invented it and you have chosen each and every one of these councillors, Lord. Lord, just bless them in the job that they do. Help them as they perform this role of servant leadership, Lord, as they serve the people who have voted them in. Lord, guard them against the temptation to make decisions out of pride or self-centeredness, Lord, or greed, Lord. But, Lord, in their decisions, give them wisdom and discernment, Lord, to make decisions for the good of the community and decisions that give you honour and glory, decisions that bless everyone. Just bless them, Lord, and give them strength to do the important job that they've got to do. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Jason, thank you very much for your prayers, your reading, and the message and the great reminder that we are here in this chamber to serve the people of this region. And I wish you very best for the season. Thank you. Now turn to public question time, and I believe we do have questions on notice to refer to the CEO.
Through you, Mr Mayor, we have a question from Mr Nigel Wastel. The question is as followed. Question 1, what is the proposed timeline for the report to be delivered to Council in relation to Gallery Walk? The response, the report from the investigation is expected back to Audit and Risk Committee by 30th of April 2026. Once the report has been received by the Audit and Risk Committee, it will then be provided to Council through a report to an ordinary meeting of Council. Currently, the timeline for this is May 2026 at the earliest. Question 2, what is the proposed timeline for the report to be published to the community? The response, the report information will be available to the public in the ordinary meeting agenda documents.
Thank you, CEO. I believe there are no declarations of prescribed or declarable conflict of interest by members. There are no announcements or mayoral minutes today. No petitions. So I move to the confirmation of minutes. Could I please have a motion from the members? Councillor Moriarty.
I'll move the motion that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 25th of February 2026 be adopted.
Seconder. Councillor Cryer. Those in favour? Councillor Hay?
Yes.
Councillor Sanders?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Motion carried unanimously. Now turn to business arising from previous minutes. There is none, so we'll now move.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, there is some.
Councillor Hay?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question in relation to the minutes of the 25th of February 2026 ordinary meeting, item 12.1, the sale of land for overdue rates and charges. Could we have an update on what steps or progress has been achieved towards the sale of the nominated properties, please?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the CEO.
Through you, Councillor, Mr Mayor, Councillor Hay, I will ask the Director to respond to it, but keep in mind some of this is leading up to legal processes as well.
Thank you, Councillor Hay, for the question. We have commenced the process, so initial letters will have been sent to the property owners. This process does take up to 6 months to follow due process. So the process has commenced from our perspective. A further update will be provided after the initial responses to those letters occur and in advance of reaching the auction date and the setting of reserve prices for the auction. That's all I can publicly advise at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Officer. Thank you, Councillor Hay. Nothing further, Councillor Hay?
No, thank you.
All right, moving to consideration for business of the meeting, and now call upon Councillor Chalk to introduce item 11.1.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Today I'll introduce report 11.1, which is the proposed Queensland State electoral boundary redistribution. I'll take the report as read, and I'm happy to move straight to a motion that one, council note the Queensland Redistribution Commission's proposal for the redistribution the state electoral districts March 2026 as attached, and two, council authorise the Chief Executive Officer to lodge a submission to the Queensland Redistribution Commission by the closing date of 9th of April 2026, stating that A, council support the minor changes to the Scenic Rim electorate boundaries, and B, council propose that the electorate be named Warralong.
Thank you, Councillor. Seconded to the motion. Councillor
I'm
McInnes.
happy to second that, Mr Mayor, if you need one.
Sorry, Councillor, it indicated Councillor McInnes would second the motion. Thank you.
No worries, thank you.
Councillor Chalk, would you like to talk to your motion?
Not at this stage, Mr Mayor.
Questions from the members in relation to the motion? Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. My question just is to the reasoning in the report. There's an outline of the history of the district of Warralong, and my question is, I guess given that there'll be some interest in the renaming of the state seat, and that it is previously, before it was known as the Scenic Rim, noted as the seat of Bay Desert, as to the reasons behind the wording. I think a lot of people were wondering how we came up with the name of Warralong for the state seat.
CEO.
So through Mr Mayor, if I remember correctly, it was raised at the Three Tiers of Government meeting, and it was suggested by the local member that it may be an appropriate name for council to consider. We did go through a process of asking councillors if there were any other names, and we didn't get a lot of feedback on that. The issue is it needs to be in on the 9th of April.
If I might add, at that meeting and concur with the CEO, it was given some thought by the state member, Mr. Krause, that the name Bedesset is not truly reflective of the entire region these days, and there has been a great amount of change. That the name Warralong and the history associated with Warralong is more central and more unifying to the region of the Scenic Rim. And a history has been recorded or in this report, just in addition to that history, and the reason, and I might take a moment to read it, was provided by historian and former newspaper owner Wendy Crichton in relation to Warralong. And if I may indulge the members, if the members will indulge me, I'll read this out. The name predates, this is in relation to the history of Warralong. The name predates the purchase by Sir Colin Philp. It was first named by Campbell Livingston MacDonald of Bromelton Station, and records show it was in use as early as 1897. Its history also links to the MacDonalds of Dugandan Station, as the locality we know as Warralong was once part of the Dugandan Station holdings. Campbell Livingston MacDonald, spelt M-A-C-D, was Macquarie MacDonald's brother, Macquarie MacDonald, M-C-D, and I'll get to the explanation of that change in spelling, held Dugandan Station. Campbell and Macquarie's surname was spelt MacDonald, but when Macquarie as in MCD, but when Macquarie named one of his sons Campbell Livingston MacDonald, the Campbell MacDonald of Bromelton later changed the spelling to M-A-C, as the mail to he and his nephew was always getting mixed up. So Warralong is rich in history, as the report notes, but its richness reaches right across the region into the far west as well.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for that update. Noting that I'm not opposed to the name, I just thought for those that were listening and online and viewing, that's a little bit of extra explanation other than what's in the report would be beneficial. And I also note that Warralong is the home to Lake Warralong or Warralong Dam, whichever you prefer, which is one of the significant features of our region at this time. But thank you for that explanation.
Absolutely. Councillor McInnes.
Yes, Mayor, just to concur with what Councillor Moriarty has just said, but you know, we look back and Bedesset isn't the right name. It's sort of just one town in the area, and I don't think Scenic Rim is the right name either. It gets confusing with their people out there in the public often say, well, you're talking about council or you're talking about the state seat, and I think it's good moving away from the name Scenic Rim, and I believe Warralong is a good central part of the area with the dam, as Councillor Moriarty says it's there, and quite a significant part of the landscape now. So I think it would be a far better name than certainly than Scenic Rim and Bedesset. Yeah, everyone can have their views on what it is, but it's and we're allowed to have our view. And yeah, I believe Warralong is the right name.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hay, did you have an additional question, or were you wishing to respond to Councillor Moriarty's question?
I'm wishing to respond to the previous two comments. Thank you. I note that the state called for submissions in relation to this matter, re the boundaries and the naming, and there were 118 submissions. Only 2 of those submissions mentioned the Scenic Rim at all, and both only made reference to the boundaries, not the naming. So given that there's been no other names put forward by members of the community or the councillors, I'm happy to go along with the name of Warralong. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. So you're talking in favour of the motion?
Yes.
Oh, anyway, we'll get a little out of step, but we'll get to that. That's fine. Thank you very much. Noted, Councillor. I do have a further question just for Councillor McInnes in relation to the boundary changes, and understand it's at the state level, but your seat in terms of the LGA is the most affected, Duncan. Did you have any comment or reflection on that? Councillor McGuinness, sorry.
Yeah, it's, yeah, I agree with the changes. I think it's, yeah, and having spoken to John Krause a number of times, it's, yeah, we knew it had to change to a certain extent, and I think by keeping it in the area that, basically the council area, I think it's a good idea, yeah, and, yeah, the seat used to go, John had to go over to Grantchester and places like that, very narrow strip out there, and it was quite silly, I believe, the way it was set up before, but this is far more practical for whoever the member is, whether it's John or anyone else.
Thank you. Is there anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Chalk, anything further?
No, nothing to add, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. I put the motion to the members. Those in favour? Councillor McGuinness. Councillor Hay?
Yes, in favour.
Councillor Sanders?
Yes, in favour, thank you.
Thank you. Motion carried unanimously. Call upon Councillor McInnes to introduce item 11.2.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to introduce 11.2, 2026 World City Summit in Singapore. As a bit of background, and I'm sure most of the audience out there know that we are a member of the Council of Mayors South East Queensland, and we're invited to participate in the summit in Singapore in June 26. Moving to the recommendation, I'd like to move that the council note that the Mayor, Councillor Tom Sharp, will participate in the World City Summit in Singapore in June 2026 as part of the Council of Mayors South East Queensland delegation, and a report about the summit's outcome will be provided to council at a future ordinary meeting.
Thank you, Councillor. I just wish to flag an amendment and just an acknowledgement. I spoke to Councillor McGuinness. There is a potentially conflicting conference coming up in Brisbane. It is a major event, an international global beef conference being held here in Australia and Brisbane for the very first time, that's bringing investors into the state, and there will be delegations from that conference potentially to our region. With those dates are yet to be confirmed, and so the proposed amendment would be to not only for potentially me to attend, but to have Councillor McGuinness attend in my absence as proxy.
It's no problem there. We've, as you rightly point out, we've spoken about this in the last few days, and once it's finalised, but it's probably right that we add those few words to the motion.
Thank you. I think that will suffice. Yeah. Councillor McGuinness, if you're once we read that and happy, are you happy to read that, propose that motion to the floor?
Yes, with that addition, I will, Mayor.
Could
Do you want me to reread that?
would you mind? Thank you.
Try to keep next to the microphone. That council note that Mayor Councillor Tom Sharp will participate in the World Series Summit in Singapore in June 2026 as part of the Council of Mayors South East Queensland delegation, with the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Duncan McGuinness, as proxy, and that a report about the summit's outcomes will be provided to councils at a future ordinary meeting. Yeah.
So moved. Thank you. Could I have a seconder to the motion? Councillor Moriarty. Councillor McGuinness, did you wish to talk to your motion?
Nothing. The only thing to add, Mayor, these summits, and it's there are a lot of people go to them from over the world, and you look at what is going to be discussed there. I think it's good that we're involved. It's probably looking at cities, bigger cities more, but I think we can all learn from that, and to be mixing with those people, I think it's good that whoever ends up going is good that we have a representative there. So I think, yeah, nothing much more to add, yeah.
Anyone wishing to talk against the motion?
No, we'll talk against it.
You've got a question? Please, Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just ask for an explanation from whoever's able to provide one as to the funding arrangements with ComSec, Council and ComSec? I note that every time one of these trips by the Mayor or Deputy Mayor or anyone overseas in particular, there seems to be quite a bit of commentary from the general public with regard to that, and I think from my understanding, well, I'll just let someone else explain the funding arrangements if as a starting point. Thank you.
Certainly. So just on page 19 of the report, the budget and financial implications, the cost of this participation in the mission are covered by the annual levy paid by Council as a member of ComSec. At the last ComSec meeting, we reviewed those levies fees. I think the annual fee paid by Scenic Rim is in the order of $37,000. CEO?
Through Mr Mayor, I'm just looking in the report. I thought it was $46,000, but I'm happy to be corrected. I think it's actually written down in the report.
And that is a annual levy paid as part of our membership with ComSec. I think importantly, if people are interested in what we'll be participating in, there are 6 items or categories of focus in this conference, particularly around Cities for People, which impacts our region significantly with the growth that we are coming to see, both particularly in Medizet, but also in Boona, and how we accommodate the changing landscape in Australia in relation to particularly around housing and also infrastructure. Item 2 around resilience, again, is very applicable to our region in terms of disaster management and recovery and the changes that are going on in the world in that landscape. Smart cities, a controversial term used sometimes, but this is very much about AI. And out of the Council of Mayors, we're seeing soon to be our digital delivery for South East Queensland and the impacts that we will see directly in terms of AI and also that infrastructure that is needed here and the applications, whether it be around gathering data in the streets that can be used readily for the public or for parking measures and so on. Financing for cities is another key problem that we have in our region with the infrastructure shortfall in terms of how we're funding that and new partnerships arrangements and what can be learnt from those. Future cities, and again, we have a number of initiatives and strategies laid out in terms of what this region's focused on. One of those keys in terms about delivering infrastructure and renewal of green spaces. But future cities do look towards other alternative strategies that will be an opportunity to bring those insights back to the region. Yeah. Councillor McInnes.
Yes, Mayor, I might just add in relation to Councillor Moriarty's question stroke comment. It's, I think it should be pointed out that there's only one council in South East Queensland that doesn't belong to ComSec, and they're inclined to go in and out over the years. I think it's, and there was another point, everyone virtually, the big majority of people in South East Queensland belong to it, and whether we, just on the financing part, whether as our membership, whether we have anyone go along to this or not, that doesn't change our membership. So it's really not costing anything by someone going to this.
If you don't take the opportunity, someone else will. Thank you. Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor McInnes, nothing further?
No, thanks, Mayor.
I put it to the members. Those in favour? Councillor Hay?
In favour.
Councillor Sanders?
Yes, in favour, thank you.
Thank you. Motion carried unanimously. I move to item 11.3 and call upon Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce item 11.3, short-term accommodation, agritourism camping update. I take the report as read. I would like to go straight to moving an alternate motion, and that motion is that this item be deferred to a later date following further discussion with councillors and stakeholders and on a date to be advised.
On date to be advised. That's your motion, Councillor?
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you.
Do I have a seconder to the motion? Councillor Moriarty. Councillor Hay, would you wish to talk to your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, there's been some information come to light yesterday, which I believe needs to be considered before we can move on this particular item. Thank you.
Could you expand a little bit on that point, Councillor Hay?
Yes, thank you. There's been questions raised about the veracity of some of the comments contained in the report, and for that reason alone, I would prefer not to be condoning something that's still under question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Or are there any questions?
No questions. I would speak against it when it's time.
Councillor Chalk?
Yeah, I don't think we need to defer this item. It actually is just an update on our progress to date. It says in the proposed motion that we are still undertaking the work that the camping stakeholders want. So I'm not really sure what's going on here, but I'm certainly not supportive of deferring it.
Councillor Moriarty, you have a question?
I do have a question, Chair. My question is to do with the actual purpose of the motion in the first instance. So given that...
Sorry, Councillor Hayes' motion or?
No, sorry, the original motion.
The recommendation.
The recommendation, the recommended motion, I apologise. So to me, reading the motion, so my question is, what is the purpose of the motion? What is the intended outcome? What are council hoping to achieve by approving this recommendation?
Through the CEO.
Sorry, through the Mayor, to the Director.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Well, the purpose of the motion is to just, one, provide an update to council on the progress that's been made to date with respect to the short-term accommodation, in particular camping on private lands, and I suppose providing some direction to officers, given that we had the petition that was presented to council some time ago, and the work that's been done. So it's really just to provide that clear direction and providing, sorry, talking around the chair, to provide that clear direction to the community as well in terms of the work and what's been happening to date, of which we're still continuing to progress with various stakeholders, including the platform HipCamp, of which at the timing of this report, we hadn't met again with HipCamp, and after this report was put into the agenda process, we subsequently have met with that platform, with officers, and I did update that in the report. However, probably just omitted to remove that one line above that paragraph, which provides an update of what happened with the discussions with that platform.
Thank you for that explanation. I guess that just raises a question, Chair. Well, the reason for Councillor Hayes' motion is that all councillors have received a number of emails yesterday evening, overnight into this morning from certain stakeholders, relevant stakeholders who are disputing some of the information contained in the report. So I guess my position is I would support the notion to defer this decision to a future meeting and to such time as meaningful and purposeful consultation has been undertaken with those relevant stakeholders.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hay, did you have a question, or were you wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Cryer, sorry, I meant that. Councillor Cryer, hey, if you could just bear with me.
Oh, no, I thought you were up to actually speaking for the motion, but
Sorry, Councillor Moriarty
he asked a
preempted
question.
you.
But he asked a question, not...
And then he spoke for the motion.
Oh, okay, so no.
Just, would anyone like to talk against the motion? Councillor McInnes?
Yes, Mayor, like others, I see this morning there was 3 emails following on from one another. It was, and people are entitled to their opinions. I accept the officer's report, and people have asked me where are we with this, and I thought the intent of having an update on what was happening there would have been a good thing, and I thought it was a good idea actually letting people know where we are with it, and it's still going on. And I note the 20,000 signatures. It's like another one that we've got on the books in planning. I think there's 5,000 signatures, which half of them are out of the country, or 2/3 of them, I think it was out of the country, which is, if you look at 20,000, some people would think that that's half of our population are against this in a petition, but it's these especially online petitions, they really do get a lot of numbers, but do they mean anything too much to our people and constituents in the area? And that's what we've got to look at.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cryer, you wish to talk for the motion?
Oh, no, I have a question.
Yeah, a question.
The Meridian Urban Report recognised that further consultation with key stakeholders is desired and needed. As we're just trying to acknowledge this as an update, is that going to happen going forward? Or is there more time needed to undertake that consultation so that a more thorough report can be brought forward?
Through the CEO.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. In response to that question, so as the report identifies, there is a second session with Meridian Urban planned for the 23rd of April to work with the councillors, as we've discussed previously, to address the risk appetite of council and looking at various options and solutions that we might be able to put on the table to assist operators within the region. So officers have been behind the scenes working with Meridian in preparation for bringing that work back to the councillors on the 23rd. Once that's occurred, that report will be finalised and we'll bring back those solutions back to council to then, with the intent to go out to our various stakeholders and I suppose canvass and discuss some of those solutions with the various stakeholders.
My question is, that 23rd of April session, will that include councillors and major stakeholders, as well as officers?
At this stage, Mayor, it's just for councillors, not stakeholders, in terms of wishing to discuss council's appetite around the risk and the hazard and the risk overlays that have been a point of contention right along with this process. So we're wishing to work through that with Meridian to at least then be able to provide different solutions or come forward with solutions to further test with our stakeholders that are concerned with respect to this matter.
You have a further question?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair.
Is it, may I ask, is it
Yes.
in same matter or a different?
It's the same matter.
Yeah.
It's the same matter because I'm adding an extra question onto that matter in that are we to hear more from the camping working group after their meeting with the state government, and are we also to see the HIP camp presentation in order to gain a balanced perspective?
I think once we discuss the issues with Meridian, come back with some solution, that's then the time to go and consult with our stakeholders, as well as we'll be meeting with the state. Now, that meeting hasn't been locked in yet. I do understand that the representative from HIP Camp is working behind the scenes to bring together state government, council and other LGAs to discuss some of the issues that are relating to camping on private lands and to do with the state government guideline that was released. So I see that that would be the next stage after that April workshop, to then have that next course of consultation with various stakeholders to help inform whatever the end outcome might be for us going forward.
Could I ask a follow-up question to that one, please?
Please.
Yeah, a lot of talk, Director, is about stakeholders in the industry. Are we considering also consulting with the rest of the region about this issue?
I think going forward we need to have a balanced approach to all persons that might be interested in short-term accommodation particularly, and we must remember it's more than just camping, the agri-tourism side of things, but in terms of camping on private lands, particularly agricultural lands, we've got to have that balanced approach and have that consultation with all stakeholders, not just industry, but obviously private landholders that might also perhaps be impacted one way or the other.
If I could also answer that question, Councillor, I think it's an important question, and at the appropriate stage, I would only ever encourage that there must be that broader consultation to the people right across the region. Absolutely. My question for the manager is, given this motion or this alternate motion has arisen because there is questions being raised through these emails, some councillors informed, some today, some already been comment that they don't know where this has all come from, and the councillors are here representing those people. So my question is, because there seems to be questions about this report that are in conflict of views or perceived to be inaccurate, that 23rd of April strategy session doesn't the opportunity present itself to have, and we already just acknowledged there will be a broader consultation, but doesn't the opportunity present itself to have those key stakeholders in the room with officers and councillors so there can be a clear understanding where the various parties are coming from for the benefit of the councillors?
Through the chair, look, that there is an opportunity at that session. I suppose behind the scenes, working with the consultants, we're running a fairly tight time frame in terms of that session. Our budget's limited also in terms of engaging their services to assist with this process. If it's council's wishes to bring in other parties, that is council's prerogative at the end of the day. It's just that in terms of we may not necessarily have an end result. The idea was for this second stage of the workshops or the sessions was to progress and advance from the previous workshop around the risk appetite. Now, if you wish to include others in that, that's again council's prerogative, but it might impact on our timeframes and preparation that we've put underway to get that second workshop planned for the 23rd. But I'm just putting that on the table. The other question is, I don't know what the other issues are. I've only seen one email come through and it was to do with the accuracy regarding the comment about HIP camp. If there are other matters, I'm not aware of those. So, and I do acknowledge, and I did acknowledge, so when this report was prepared weeks ago, in terms of the agenda timelines and so forth, the report was accurate from my professional opinion, except for that bit there where I did add that paragraph there about HIP camp where we met on the 10th of March to try and bring that up to date as possible to meet the agenda time frame. That line above that probably should have been omitted, but I think, you know, that second line sort of addresses that anyway around the HIP camp progress to date.
And that workshop on the 23rd, there is nothing else on the agenda planned for that day?
I'd have to check, but it is a dedicated session for the consultants and councillors to discuss those risk overlays and the appetite for different risk and that risk tolerability. And as I said, we've been working behind the scenes, the officers, to come up with some solutions that you might be prepared to accept going forward.
So we could we could include the stakeholder. I'm asking the question, we could include the stakeholders and add an hour to the session for them to participate and listen, but also add an hour to their session in terms of putting these things on the table where the conflicts have arisen.
Mayor, I'd have to take that on notice. I'm not sure what the schedule is for that day, to be honest. I think it's a fairly tight strategy workshop day, perhaps to be adding extra time there, unless we seek to arrange another time or another date where we can accommodate other stakeholders. I suppose, again, my preference would be to try and gauge that risk tolerability to be able to then take that back to our stakeholder groups.
Sorry. Through Mr. Mayor, the agenda for the 23rd hasn't been built at this point in time, Cheryl?
I'm just trying to figure out which...
But I think we're...
Is that for
sorry.
a workshop or... The workshop's not the 23rd.
What's the 23rd, my mistake? Briefing?
It's a briefing. 23rd of April. I don't know what that is. This is not a
Sorry, my mistake. It's
forum.
We have a significant time frame there put aside for that, so we might be able to accommodate it if we can. If there's no other back-to-back meetings there.
Thank you. Councillor Moriarty, you have a question?
I do, thank you, Chair. My question is, this term risk tolerability keeps coming up. And I have asked the question previously and have yet to receive a response. What is the actual risk? What is the risk? When you say risk tolerability, what risk are we talking about? Why is this the core issue?
Well, council has obligations under the disaster management arrangements to ensure that any land uses or activities are located in a safe location as part of the risk and hazard overlays. That's part of the risk and hazard overlays that we have across the state, seeks to ensure that whatever uses we're looking at, that visitors and so forth are located in areas that are safe. Now, as you've probably observed around the country in recent months, we've had flash flooding incidents, we have bushfire, etc. We want to ensure that going forward, whether it's landowners or operators or their visitors that coming to the Scenic Rim, we're satisfied that their safety is paramount. In terms of looking at this process with respect to risk tolerability, it might be that we come to council with solutions to say, well, you might be prepared to allow operators to locate certain uses within, for example, on the stream bank or higher above the stream bank to try and reduce or address those risks going forward. So that's the whole purpose of the next session, is to discuss those concerns so that we can have a position that we can go forward to take to our various stakeholders that have interest in this particular matter.
Can I ask another question?
Councillor.
So my next question is, and I've asked this question before and never received a satisfactory response. Why is council's risk greater of someone camping on private property than it is on our own council-controlled, council-owned properties such as Darlington Park, Flanagan's Reserve, Big Riggin and so on and so forth? The question I have, if
Mr Mayor,
we...
relevant to the motion. We're prosecuting something here that's not
I'm
relevant to the
asking
motion.
about the risk tolerability which has been raised. My question is quite simply...
Sorry,
The motion is to defer, and we're now asking questions about camping. Like, we're way off the topic here. Like,
Okay.
This is what the motion is supposed to
I'll
design
withdraw
to
the
do.
question, happy to get back to the topic.
I have a question.
Councillor Cryer.
Thank you, Chair. If acknowledgement of the progress or not to acknowledge the progress update of the activities going forward, does that have any bearing or any impact on the further activities that we're going forward with?
Through the Chair, the purpose of the report was to provide an update to councillors on the progress we've made to date. If you accept it or don't accept it, it's not going to impact on what we're doing with respect to the next session on the 23rd and trying to progress this matter in a thorough manner.
Thank you.
Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor.
Yes, please. Yes, please, Mr Mayor. If I
Sorry.
may, so what...
Hang on, sorry. I think I got myself. We had Councillor McInnes. You spoke against the motion. Is there anyone wishing to speak for the motion? He did, and then Councillor McInnes came after Councillor Moriarty. Councillor Cryer, do you wish? Is there anyone further wishing to speak for the motion? Nothing further. For Councillor Hay, did you have anything
Yes,
further to add to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to add a comment. I'll just call it up so I can read it out. My motion arose as a result of the email correspondence received yesterday, but also out of my own concern that the focus of this report seems to be on overnight accommodation and the economic return and yield to the region, with an emphasis that an overnight visitor in a luxury local accommodation will provide more value than an overnight visitor in a bush camp. My question is that value to whom? Certainly not the individual operators of small-scale agri-tourism ventures, and certainly not those who have the means or desire to avail themselves of luxury accommodation, particularly in the current belt-tightening financial climate. So I think our report did somewhat lose focus, that this was supposed to be a report about agri-tourism, not about economic yield for the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I put the motion, if there's no further questions, put the motion to the floor.
The motion is to defer.
Yeah, the motion to defer to the members. Those in favour? Councillor Hay?
In favour.
Councillor Sanders?
Against?
Those against? Motion defeated. Yeah,
Division,
just
please.
call for a division. Those for were councillors Sharp, Hay and Moriarty. Against, councillor Cryer, Sanders, Chalk and Guinness.
I'd like to propose a motion, Mr Mayor.
I think you might have said against, you might have said it the other way, the wrong way around, Mayor.
No,
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I think what's up there is right, but I thought
and that's how I read it out.
Right, yeah. I just heard something.
Motion defeated, and I said for and against, and those, as in you were against. Subject still on the table. We had a motion coming from councillor.
I'm happy to move a motion, Mr Mayor. My motion is that council acknowledge the progress update of activities associated with the short-term accommodation, agritourism camping in brackets undertaken over the past 12 months ending March 2026. 2, council support short-term accommodation, agritourism camping in brackets on private owned rural zoned land, acknowledging that further land use planning, disaster management and risk mitigation issues and other measures that may apply to such land. 3, council endorse the ongoing work underway to identify possible non-regulatory, regulatory or hybrid options to support short-term accommodation, agritourism camping in brackets activities in the region. And 4, council endorse the Chief Executive Officer or delegate in brackets informing the members of the camping working group of the update provided in this report.
Councillor Chalk, could I propose a amendment, a very minor amendment to your motion in terms of point 4, and it's actually just an addition, so I'm not looking to amend any of your wording.
Yes, happy with that. I hear it.
Where point 4 reads, council endorse the chief executive or delegate informing the members of the camping working group of the update provided in this report, that next sentence, the CEO or delegate,
So you want in
the
same
CEO,
paragraph?
additionally,
Yeah.
additionally, the CEO or delegate obtain direct written feedback. This is the external camping working group, are we referring to?
Yeah, the working group.
Direct written feedback confirming the working group's alignment or otherwise regarding this report. Are you comfortable with that, Councillor Chalk?
I believe so. They're welcome to provide feedback, definitely. Happy with that. Move to a seconder.
Got to a seconder.
We need a second for them.
Seconder to the motion. Councillor Cryer. Councillor Chalk, did you wish to talk to your motion?
No, we've had a fair discussion so far. I'll just leave it as at the moment.
Any questions? Anyone? Any questions arise?
I just wanted to make just a very quick note.
Sorry, Councillor Sanders. Councillor Sanders, do you have any questions?
No.
Would you like to talk against the motion?
No, thank you.
Are there any questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair. My question is, given the previous discussion with the last motion, is there potential or the possibility to have the working group members and other stakeholders do a presentation either prior to or during the 23rd April workshop?
Well, I think the answer to that's for the councillors to be determined. We can determine that post today. We don't need, because that itinerary or agenda has not been set at this stage. So that what I picked up from the earlier responses to questions.
I think the day hasn't been set. The timing for our consultants coming in and the workshop's been set. Mayor, we're talking more the broader day in terms of before and after that session. I'm not privy to the corporate diary, whether there's anything else in your diaries, but we can certainly look at accommodating something, I'm sure, on that day.
Thank you, that'd be appreciated, because I think the missing piece, and I know that the director has said that the consultation will take later in the piece, but I do think there would be some value to engaging earlier rather than later with the stakeholders, have them involved, being part of the solution, not part of the problem, because anything that excludes the consultation with the stakeholders is irrelevant in real terms.
Thank you, any other questions? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Question, Councillor Moriarty?
Sorry. Do we need to put a timeline in for actions, because I am concerned that this could drag on, and I think time is of the essence. We've been at this for probably 18 months or so, and it's time for decisions and actions. So can we put some timelines, or is it appropriate to have some timelines?
In response to that, the team's moving as quickly as they can, given some of the other competing programs that we have on the books at the moment, Councillor.
But the intention at this stage is to hold that workshop on the 23rd of April. That's not going to be postponed.
For the information of the room and the community, no, I would prefer that we not postpone it. That's only going to defer it further. If we can try and accommodate the stakeholders either in that meeting or prior to, we'll certainly do our best. But as I said, we've got a number of other programs on at the same time. We're just working through to get this matter sorted as soon as we can.
Thank you.
Without any further questions, anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Chalk?
No.
I put it to the members. Those in favour? Councillor Hay?
I abstain.
Abstain. Councillor Sanders?
Approved, thank you.
Motion carried. Excuse me, you're requesting an adjournment. We may take a comfort stop adjournment, and I just call for a motion. Councillor Moriarty, and we'll look to return Councillor Moriarty at 10:15.
I'll make the motion that the ordinary meeting be adjourned and resume at 10:15 a.m.
Thank you. Second to the motion. Councillor Cryer. Those in favour? Councillor Hay.
In favour.
Councillor Sanders.
In favour, thank you.
Motion carried.
motion.
Thank you and welcome back. Could I please have a motion from the floor to come back into open? Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the ordinary meeting resume.
Seconded. Councillor Chalk. Those in favour? Motion carried. Councillor Hay, Councillor Sanders in favour?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Councillor Hay? Have we got Councillor Hay online?
She's on mute at the moment. Councillor, you're on mute? Yep.
In favour?
Thank you. Motion carried. Moving to item 11.4 and call upon Councillor McGuinness.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to introduce 11.4 RAL 24-046 combined development application for a preliminary approval, including a variation request to modify the planning scheme for reconfiguring a lot for future stages 3 to 5, comprising 34 lots in detention basin, and a development permit for reconfiguring a lot of subdivision of 1 into 24 lots in detention basin stages 1 and 2 at 67 to 133 Duns Avenue, Harrisville, described as lot 158 MAR 617. I take it everyone has read it, but just as a bit of a lead into it, council is in receipt of a combined development application for a material change of use for preliminary approval, including variation request, modify the planning scheme for reconfiguring a lot for future stages 3 to 5, comprising 4 lots and detention basin development permit for reconfiguring a lot for subdivision of lot into 24 lots in a detention basin stages 1 and 2 over a property located, as I said, 67 to 133 Duns Avenue, Harrisville, and described as lot 158 MAR 617. The subject site is located in the rural zone, no precinct, and as an explanation, this was designated by the state some 16 months ago, this area, and the 60 acres next to it that were to be part of the Harrisville residential area. And we have just got notice of late in writing to confirm that. It did take some time coming through from the state, but it's there. It's and makes this application a bit more of a problem, not a problem as such, but a complicated sort of rather than just a straightforward one. But it is now part of the residential area, and I'll move to the recommendation, and that is that council receive and note the report titled RAL 24-046 Combined Development Application for a Preliminary Approval, including variation request to modify the planning scheme for reconfiguring a lot for future stages 3 to 5, comprising
34 lots.
34 lots, it's just covered over there, and detention basin, and a development permit for reconfiguring a lot for subdivision of lot 1 into 24 lots in the detention basin stages 1 and 2 at 67, 100 to 133 Duns Avenue, Harrisville, described as lot 158 MAR 617. 2, council approved development application for RAL 24-046 and grant a preliminary approval, including a variation request to modify the planning scheme for reconfiguring a lot for future stages 3 to 5, comprising 34 lots in detention basin, and a development permit for reconfiguring a lot for subdivision of one lot into 24 lots and detention basin stages 1 and 2, subject to conditions contained in section recommended conditions of approval of the report. And 3, council note that any subsequent requests for development permits per the preliminary approval, a negotiated decision notice and/or change application to the approval, RAL 24046, will proceed via delegated authority where the changes would not significantly alter the original decision.
Thank you, councillor. Seconded to the motion, councillor Chalk. Thank you. Councillor McInnes.
Just as an overview, I suppose, Mayor, there's only a very small block that isn't built or subdivided in the area of Harrisville, and this will add to it. It's not that far from the shopping centre, and I think it's very good, and I think the conditions that have been suggested here in front of us, upgrade of Duns Avenue is a good thing, and it's a good, reasonably flat block, and the size of the blocks are between 3,000 and over in excess of 5,000 square metres. I believe it'll be an asset to the area.
Thank you, councillor. Any questions arising?
Yes, I have a question, if I may.
Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair, it appears from the aerial photo on page 64 that the current use is either a feedlot lot or horse adjustment or some other rural use. So we're going to be losing that for more housing, just an observation. My question is, on page 74, could the officers explain what the logic is in locating the smaller lots of 3,000 square metres directly adjacent to the nominated on-site wastewater management area for the approved residential care facility to the east, please?
Through Mr. Mayor, Director.
Do you want that question stated again?
That probably wouldn't hurt. Thanks, Mayor. Just going through trying to find it in the report.
Would you mind, councillor Hay, just restating that question and just slightly slower speed?
Certainly. On page 74 of the agenda.
If you pay a cheaper one, you're going to next to detention.
Sorry. What is the logic of locating the smaller lots of 3,000 metres square directly adjacent to the nominated on-site wastewater management area for the approved residential care facility to the east? My common sense approach would be that if you have that adjacent, you would have opted for the bigger blocks near that rather than the very smallest blocks.
Director. Daniel?
Through the chair, just to clarify, are you referring to lots 1 to 5 in stages 4 and 5 that sit in the northeast corner of the site?
It's a 3,000 square metre lots, yes.
Okay. I would have to take that question on notice to provide a specific answer to be able to review the site plan for the development to the east of that. I don't have that in front of me right now, but I could provide that.
All right, thank you. On page 85, it states that these properties have more or slightly more than 50% of the land available for development, which would indicate that there's roughly 50% that isn't available for development because of the, I'm assuming, wastewater dispersal area. So my question is, why would we not be specifying building envelopes at this stage?
Sorry, councillor, why would we not be specified?
Building envelopes, given the constraints on the lots.
Thank you. To the director.
Thanks, Mayor. I think we'd probably take that one on notice as well, just to have a further look at that.
Okay, and I have one final point. It's to do with on page 79, the setbacks under the planning scheme. Is there an ability to impose a condition that the setbacks are mandatory so that the developer or the owners can't come back and ask for boundary setbacks because of the limitations on where they can build on each of those blocks? We see more and more now that we approve things and all of a sudden there's an application for a boundary setback because what they want to do doesn't fit where they want to put it. So can we condition that the setbacks that are specified in the planning scheme are involatile, or do we have to leave it as it is and wait for the applications to come in?
To the director.
I'll just ask the team leader to respond, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, setbacks are usually assessed at a building application stage for a dwelling house, and they are specified in our planning scheme through the Dwelling House Code. We set alternative provisions to the Queensland Development Code. There are limitations what a planning scheme provides for when it comes to building assessment provisions. Setbacks is one of those, and a planning scheme cannot impose, I guess, set conditions that would make it not possible to ask for a relaxation because a concurrence agency application is always able to be sought, and it has to be then assessed against the performance outcome under the Dwelling House Code. So at the moment, performance outcome 2 of the Dwelling House Code would have to be satisfied should any subsequent owner of a property be looking to seek a relaxation of the setbacks.
Thank you. Councillor.
Thank you for that explanation. That said, is it possible that we flag that if we do receive boundary setback relaxation applications, they are scrutinised fairly heavily, please, given the size of these properties?
Yeah, through the chair, we can certainly, as with every application for a boundary relaxation, we do thoroughly scrutinise to make sure that it complies with the performance outcome in the scheme.
Thank you.
It's acknowledged, councillor. Councillor, further questions?
No, thank you, Chair.
Any other questions from the floor? Councillor Sanders? Questions?
No questions, thank you, sir.
Given those, we've got a motion on the table, but we've got questions on notice to ask the director, should we just defer the matter to later in the meeting to have those questions addressed?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll liaise with our team leader after, if we break, with respect to, just to clarify, well, one was the building envelope question with respect to the wastewater. What was the second one? Just wishing to clarify the second option.
Setbacks.
I thought we addressed the setbacks.
We've addressed the setbacks.
The other thing is, if you do look at building envelopes as a potential in terms of noting that as part of any condition, that would also address your setbacks as well.
It was the building envelope and the wastewater. Councillor Cryer?
Yes, I just have a question. Oh, sorry.
The 3,000 lots being located to the next...
Yeah, to the detention basin. Yeah.
Detention basin. Councillor Cryer?
Yes, I just had a question on page 89 where it says the deficiencies of local infrastructure, and it talks about all storm events up to and including a 1% AEP event. What was the AEP event?
To the Director.
Yeah, through the chair, the 1% AEP is the average annual probability of having a 1% storm. That would be that is the standard figure that we would provide, that buildings would have to, for dwelling houses, they would have to meet that requirement. So that is also set in our planning scheme is the minimum flood level that each dwelling house would have to satisfy, and then have a certain amount of their floor level above that.
No further questions. We will defer the matter to later in the meeting. I'll now move on to item, motion for the deferral.
Lay it on the table.
Well, it's just to lie on the table.
To lie on the table.
Yeah,
It just lies on the table, yeah.
but we do need a procedural motion.
Mhm.
Your plan is, Mayor, to come back to this during the meeting today? Yep.
Just need a mover, don't need a seconder.
I'll just move it. That item 11.4 lie on the table. Those in favour? Councillor
Yeah.
and Councillor Hay?
Yes, in favour.
Carried unanimously. Move on to item 11.5 and call upon Councillor Cry.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to introduce item 11.5 MCU 25/101, development permit for material change of use, extension to a community care centre at 19 Tilly Street and 44 Tina Street, Beaudesert, described as Lot 32 RP 158934 and Lot 120 RP 7562. Take the report as read. I would like to move to the motion that 1. Council receive and note the report titled MCU 25/101 Development Permit for Material Change of Use, Extension to a Community Care Centre at 19 Tilly Street and 44 Tina Street, Beaudesert, described as Lot 32 RP 158934 and Lot 120 RP 7562. 2. Council approve development application MC 25/101 and grant a development permit for a material change of use for an extension to a community care centre, subject to the conditions contained in section recommended conditions of approval of the report. And 3. Council note that any subsequent request for a negotiated decision, notice and or further change applications to the approval MCU 25/101 will proceed via delegated authority where the changes would not significantly alter the original decision.
Thank you, Councillor. Seconded to the motion. Councillor Moriarty.
I'd
Councillor Cryer. I'd like to talk to your motion.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This development application is for a development permit for a material change of use for an extension, as said, to the community care centre in the property at Tilly Street and Tina Street in Beaudesert. The subject site is located within the medium density residential zone and the community facility zone under the Scenic Rim Planning Scheme 2020. Within the low medium density residential zone, a community care centre is not listed in the table of assessment. Therefore, the proposal is impact accessible. The site is also located within overlay 14, which is the higher order roads, and overlay 15, which is the road hierarchy. but the proposed development has demonstrated compliance with the relevant codes of the planning scheme as amended on the 30th of June 2023 through the submission of material within the application. And as such, it is recommended the proposed development be approved subject to reasonable and relevant conditions.
Thank you. Questions?
Yes, Chair, I have a couple of questions, if I may.
Please, Councillor Hay.
I refer to page 100, condition 4, amalgamation. Which is the preferred outcome? It says amalgamation, both allotments subject to this approval must be amalgamated by survey into one parcel, or alternatively, a statutory covenant is to be provided over both lots to retain these lots in the same ownership until such time as the use of the land ceases. Which is the preferred option, and is there an indication as to which way the developer wants to go?
Through this director.
Team leader will be able to respond, Mayor.
Yeah, through the chair, there is no specific preference from council officers. Both options will achieve the same outcome to ensure that whilst the use is operational, it will be considered as one parcel, essentially. So it's essentially at the operator's discretion as to which way they would prefer. They have not given any indication as to which pathway they will take. They will have to do that prior to commencing building works on site.
Thank you. On page 104, condition number 27 is to do with loading and unloading. It doesn't specify the hours when that can occur. Should that be aligned with the hours of operation or not?
Through the director.
Yeah, our team leader will be able to respond. Thank you.
Through the chair, the hours of operation will have to be complied with for all conditions that are contained within the development permit. So loading, unloading activities will have to comply with the hours of operation requirements, as well as the noise limit condition requirements in condition 14.
Should that not be specified so it's not left hanging?
It's not usual practice. It's not the way we would ordinarily word conditions to have specific hours of operation for operational activities, as we leave that to the overall hours of operation condition to manage that process.
Mr. Chair, can I just add something to that one, if I may?
Sorry.
Vehicular access is closed off during the night. This is Beaucare at night time, but you still can walk through the site. So they do have a big gate that's locked at night time.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hay?
No, I've lost my train of thought after that interruption, sorry.
I think it was just a response to your question. But did you have further questions?
No, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Councillor Cryer.
Thank you, Chair. On page 121, this, in response to the submitter's concern about exhaust from the outlet from the car park, or the outlet and the kitchen and from the car park, sorry, it says despite the emissions being of a level that are acceptable, there's a condition added to ensure noxious or offensive odour is not emitted beyond the boundaries of the premises. How can you ensure that it doesn't go past the boundary?
Daniel?
Through the chair, yeah, we do apply a standard condition that relates to noise emissions, odours, and it is a very broad condition that is applied, and it is something that we have to consider, and through any investigation would have to consider all the facts and circumstances as to what is emitting any emissions and whether it's would be in contravention of the approval. So it would be up to council's enforcement team to consider that condition and whether it's been breached.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Cryer.
No, I don't have anything further to say apart from that it's a community care centre and the work it does is very important in the community. So an extension would be beneficial not only for the centre but for the people of the region.
Indeed. Put it to the members. Those in favour? Councillor Hay?
In favour.
Councillor Sanders?
Yes, please.
Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Now I call upon Councillor Moriarty to introduce item 11.6.
Thank you, Chair. I'll introduce item 11.6. Take the report as read. Item 11.6, RAL 25/045, development permit for reconfiguring a lot for subdivision of one lot into 48 lots, stormwater basin, new road at Oakland Way, Bay Desert, described as lot 804 SP 342583. I'll introduce the motion as it stands that council receive and note the report titled RAL 25/045 development permit for reconfiguring a lot for subdivision of one lot into 48 lots, stormwater basin, new road at Oakland Way, Bay Desert, described as lot 804 SP 342583. 2, council approved development application RAL 25/4/045 and grant development permit for the reconfiguring a lot subject to the conditions contained in section recommended conditions of approval of the report. And 3, council note that any subsequent requests for a negotiated decision notice and or further changed applications to the approval in brackets RAL 25/045 close brackets, as well as any administrative correction to the conditions, will be processed via delegated authority where the changes would not significantly alter the original decision.
Seconded to the motion. Councillor McInnes. Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I forgot to have my microphone on throughout all of that. I do apologise. I did ask some questions about this development. It's not in my division, but I am presenting on behalf of Councillor Sanders this morning, so I have had a bit of a look at it. I note the title of the item is a subdivision of or at Oakland Way, and yet the access to the subdivision is off Jason Day Drive. I did ask some questions yesterday and got responses from the officers which were appreciated. However, I would appreciate it if, for the public record, those responses to those questions are shared in the chamber. And my first one is why the DA is accessing, or sorry, the development is being accessed via the residential street, Jason Day Drive, rather than the larger collector of Oakland Way, or even onto Tubber Street, which is a bigger and wider street than Jason Day Drive.
So,
thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I hand over to the acting manager.
Through the chair, thank you for your question. As part of the major roadworks in the east-west bypass that we'd be looking at extending that onto Tubber Street and Oakland Way. Through the traffic analysis that was submitted as part of the application, the traffic volumes to come down through there and onto Oakland Way is still being able to be accommodated through the respective modelling that was undertaken. So at this point, coming through that access to still provide that connector road for Tubber Street and Oakland Way onto the future major connector from north to west was seen feasible.
So the future plan is moving forward that Tubber Street will be extended as per the development plan that is provided. It will connect to Oakland Way, both of which will at some point have access to the Eastern Ring Road. Is that the future plan?
That is the current planning for those roads.
Can we have any indication of future timeframe, given that in the interim we're directing traffic along local roads, residential streets, and using those as, I guess, interim collector roads, for want of a better term, increasing traffic on local residential streets at the expense of infrastructure, which is going to be very much needed in the near future?
Thank you for the question, through the Chair. As part of the LGIP amendment package that we're currently reviewing, we will be submitting that for community consultation in the near future and gathering that feedback in relation to the current alignment of the east-west bypass. As part of the planning for the construction and ongoing design of that road, that once that LGIP has been finalised, that we would undertake the detailed planning and detailed design of that project, with construction to be commenced later as part of the 10-year capital works program around year 6 and 7.
Thank you for that. Just noting that looking at the plan, I can't see that there's any future potential should for connection of this particular development to either Tubber Street or Oakland Way or the Eastern Ring Road. I don't know that there's been any, or is there access, future access been provided for?
Through the Chair, no, there hasn't been any future access provided onto those streets, as they would act as those major collectors back onto the Ring Road.
So regardless of the future development in the area, development of roads, collector roads, ring roads and so on and so forth, all of these 48 lots will continue to use Jason Day Drive as the main access to the development. That's correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Further questions? Councillor Cryer?
Through the chair, I have a...
Sorry, Councillor Hay, I will get to you. Councillor Cryer?
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Hay. On page 149, I note that the proposal is going to be conditioned to plant 1 tree per 15 metres on each side of the new road. But it's saying that a landscape plan is not provided. Is that not needed, or you don't need one at all?
Through the Chair, that will be submitted as part of a future operational works application to Council for all the civil works, which will include the streetscape planting.
Thank you.
Councillor Hay?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Through the chair, I have a question in relation to the table on page 151 of the agenda, which refers to AO 17.1. Once again, we've got a developer that can't quite grasp that there are acceptable outcomes, and one of them is that the number of lots that are below 600 metres square should be no more than 15%, yet this one is 20.8% below 600 square metres. What is Council's thinking in permitting that to go forward, given that we're not meeting the acceptable outcome?
Thanks for the question. Through the Chair, whilst it doesn't meet the acceptable outcome, the assessment has found that it does meet the performance outcome that is required to be met. So we have determined that whilst there are some smaller lots, that they are distributed amongst larger lots to avoid concentration of small lot housing. And so that is what the proponent has done. They've spread out those smaller lots so that they're not concentrated. So that is what the assessment criteria is, where the application does not meet that 15% requirement.
Okay, thank you. I note from the developer's website, they've stated that this project is currently under construction, which is interesting since we haven't approved it yet. And also that the revenue is likely to be $18 million. So just an observation that perhaps they could have sacrificed a couple of lots to meet those acceptable outcomes for the lot sizes. Just an observation.
When you're saying under construction, do you mean at site?
Well, that's what it's saying on the website. It's got lovely photos of this and it's saying this project is under construction.
I think that can be a reference to the stage that it's at.
So, loose interpretation there.
Thank you. Any further questions? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Hay? Councillor Sanders?
Thank you.
I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Oh, sorry. Just jumping. Thank you, Councillor McGuinness. Did you have anything additional to add, Councillor Cryer? Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair, eventually.
Only that to reiterate the initial concern, for want of a better term, that the eastern side of Baptista, that precinct around Oakland Way, is developing rapidly with the retirement style development. The traffic volume will be increasing on that collector significantly in the very near future. I do think that it's a priority. I did read somewhere in a response at one point that the actual ring road is at the outer of 10 years perhaps in the planning, and I would suspect that in real terms it's going to be much sooner, that particularly with the Bowmore development continuing and moving in that direction, slowly heading east. So my concern is, and I'm just putting it on the public record, that the infrastructure requirements for that portion of town are going to be needed sooner rather than later, and I think we need to be working very hard to ensure that we're not directing traffic inappropriately through residential streets when the major infrastructure needs to be constructed to carry the traffic volume that's on its way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seems like all roads lead to 2032. With that said, I'll put it to the members. Those in favour? Councillor Hay?
In favour.
Councillor Sanders?
In favour.
Carried unanimously. Thank you. Move to item 11.7 and call upon Councillor Cryer.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to introduce item 11.7, 2025 to 2026 Scenic Rim Community Grants Program Round 2 Minor Grants. I take the report as read. Just give a little intro that this report provides an update on the applications made to Council for Round 2 of the Minor Grants Program and outlines the recommended distribution of the grant funds. So with that, I'd like to move to the motion that 1, Council approve the allocations for minor community grants Round 2 in the amount of $92,267.10. for 23 projects under the Scenic Rim Community Grants Program 2025 to 2026 as outlined in the following table. The following table is called Minor Community Grants Round 2 2025-2026. There is the community group and the project and amount recommended, which I will now read in order. Lions Club of Tamborine Mountain Incorporated for Project Chookers for Mountain Mates $4,100. Beach Mountain Association for Project Generator for Storm Season for the amount of $4,500. Anglican Parish of Tamborine Mountain, St. Luke's Anglican Guild Canungra for St. Luke's 90th event commemoration, audio, visual and marketing for the amount of $3,810.50. Corinity Fassifern Community Centre for commercial dishwasher purchase for Cafe Kitchen for $5,000. Peak Crossing Public Hall Association Incorporated, Peak Crossing Public Hall Pub Centenary Celebrations $3,130. Boona and District Cultural Foundation project is Boona Arts Festival for $5,000. Acquired Taste, the Scenic Rim Community Choir. The project is Rehearsal Technology for Acquired Taste for the amount of $3,384. Boona Gliding Club Incorporated, refurbishment of VH-BGE for $5,000. RSL of Australia, Queensland, Canungra Sub-Branch Incorporated, replace the Scenic Rim Regional Council Community Sound System, $2,200. Boona and District Land Care Incorporated, improved capabilities of event communication and first aid for $3,210. Boona Show Society Incorporated, replacement printer for the Boona Show Society, $5,000. Tamborine Mountain Garden Club Incorporated, upgrade audio and visual equipment, $4,189. Harrisville Women's Shed, Anglican Parish of Boona, Harrisville. The project is Christmas Carols Evening, $4,816. Tamborine Mountains Men's Shed, Tamborine Mountains Med Shed Concrete Slab, $5,000. Exposure Unlimited Bow Desert Camera Club Incorporated. The project is Photographic Club Operational Infrastructure, $4,244.50. Scenic Rim Broadcasting Association Incorporated. Project is Marquee/Sun Shelter, $900. Tamborine Mountain Orchestral and Choral Society Incorporated. Project Orchestral Concerts, $4,998. Boona Golf Club Incorporated. Driving Range Realignment, $5,000. Bow Desert Bowls Club Incorporated. Equipment replacement at Bow Desert Bowls Club, $2,999. Canungra Hack and Pony Club Incorporated. The project jumping training equipment, $4,000. Boona Community Band equipment upgrade, $2,226.25. The Bow Desert and District Horse and Pony Club Incorporated. Trailer and portable seating, $4,559.85. Boona and District Working Horse Association project is portable panels for $5,000. The total recommended is $92,267.10. And 2, Council provide relevant feedback and advice to unsuccessful grant applicants to continue building capacity of the community sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seconded to the motion. Councillor Moriarty, thank you. Councillor Cryer, would you like to talk to this motion?
Thank you, Chair. Council has allocated a total of $400,000 to the Scenic Rim Community Grants Program in 2025 and 2026 financial year. So this report recommends the allocation of $92,267.10 for the minor grants round number 2. In total, 35 35 eligible minor applications were received requesting $149,209.56 for an amount available of $90,000. So in the final allocation, 23 applications were approved for a recommended amount of $92,267.10. So interestingly, the additional funds beyond the budget allocation will be provided from savings in other community budget allocations to maximise the community benefit. And this is in addition to the $243,262.39, which has already been distributed through round one major and minor grants, with the remaining $64,470.51 reserved for the in-kind grant program. It's a very good program.
Hear, hear, councillor. Any questions? Councillor, just a couple of quick ones. Nearly all of them are self-explanatory, just for the public. Could you explain a couple? Chookers for Mountain Mates, and also the Tambourine Mountain Choir concerts. There's very little in that $5,000 explanation of how the money will be spent.
The Mountain Mates is a group that brings together, they have a special phrase for the group of people that are in the club, so to speak, and it's a
disability group.
Disability, yeah, it is a disability group, but they don't call it that. They call it something. They're just something challenged, but it's very encompassing for the people. It's a great, wonderful venture. They just light up their faces light up when they do anything with the Mountain Mates. I'm actually unsure what Chookers is. I believe it's an event. So I'd like to...
No, it's not.
Oh, okay. We have a Division 1 councillor who is across Mountain Mates, and probably would be more across the orchestra as well.
Okay, so defer those questions to Councillor Hay.
We'll defer the questions to Councillor Hay.
No, I just make a comment that I had to look up what a chooker was, and a chooker is an Australian colloquial word for when you've had a bit of a win. So, for example, if you've had a bit of a windfall, you can then afford chicken for lunch.
Okay.
And that's not an event?
So those funds are being applied to?
Pardon?
Those funds are being applied to?
I don't know the answer to that.
Could we ask the officer? We got an officer on hand?
Mr Mayor, I can provide some level of update. The commentary for the project talks about strong community benefit, particularly for vulnerable groups. It was a justified, well planned and supported by a substantial financial contribution of their own. I take it that it is an event as such. We don't have any further detail, but happy to provide that post-meeting to the councillors.
Thank you. And the concerts, councillor?
The concerts are held, there's 4 concerts a year, they're seasonal concerts, and this would go towards holding the concerts which are usually held at the high school. They have been held at certain other places. I would imagine it would go to the hire of the venue.
Thank you. Any further questions? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Put the motion to the members. Those in favour? Councillor Hay?
In favour.
Councillor Sanders?
In favour, thank you.
Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Sorry if I did that to you twice today. Again, Councillor Cryer. But I thought I caught your comments.
I'm sorry, I had a whole paragraph that was what a great program it is.
Acknowledged. If I could move to Councillor Hay and introduce item 11.8.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to introduce item 11.8, the unaudited monthly financial report for February 2026, and I take the report as read. By way of preamble, I'd just like to say this report's to the whole of the Scenic Rim region, and there's just a couple of comments to make here. Whilst the capital spend, while on track to align with the revised budget of $79 million, is also now subject to outside factors brought about by geopolitical risks. So with only 4 months of spend still to come, it will also require close oversight to ensure delivery remains on track, with now additional constraints on resourcing and supply arrangements, which will also no doubt be impacted by the current fuel crisis. I will move the motion, and I do think we need the officer to provide an update on the content after that, please. Just get to the motion. The motion is that Council receive the unaudited monthly financial report for February 2026.
Thank you, Councillor. Seconded to the motion. Councillor McInnes. We'll move directly to a summary from the Director, if we may, as requested by Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Hay. Monthly financial reports are presented for Council's endorsement. So a couple of observations in addition to what Councillor Hay referenced in the introduction. I will point out that whilst the Statement of Comprehensive Income does show a current operating surplus position as at the Budget Review 2 adopted by Council last month, there is a forecast deficit still in play. A lot of the timing of the revenue recognition at this point of the year tends to outpace what will happen from a materials and services perspective. In relation to expenses, so there's still close monitoring in relation to employee expenses and looking at what the impact of materials and services might see in relation to Council's position and the impacts that are occurring at the moment. From a practical perspective, councillors, our cost in diesel fuel over the last 6 weeks has increased by $1.37 per litre, which will have an impact on our fuel plant and activities associated with roads, parks and other activities that require mechanical equipment and machinery. That will impact both the bottom line of the operating budget and also the ability of capital spend to be realised within budgets that have been set outside of this. We do continue to monitor that and have provided contingencies at an operational level to maintain our services to the community for a period should supply diminish. That's likely to be realised probably within the next 4 weeks towards the end of April, based on the best information available to hand. In commentary to also what Councillor Hay said, the capital spend at the moment does show the actual spend of just under $41 million. That is against an estimated capital program of just under $79 million. I will note that the commitments that have been recorded in the system for supplies and other activities are recognised in there at about 31.8 million. So our best efforts to date at this point were likely to be around the $70 million mark, but it's likely project realisation in terms of what we deliver will also be impacted by our ability to access resources and also our ability to fund changes in contracts that have been agreed at points in time. Council has made provisions to recognise in its contracts and work at the moment the impact of fuel on pricing. We have received a number of requests for price increases, most notably in our road building activities. So we've been advised supplies for bitumen and asphalt are likely to increase in the order of 40%. That's still to be realised through contracts at this point in time, and again is subject to further change. What we have instituted is a process to recognise how those variations might be dependent on fuel and other inputs, and how they might actually flow through to real dollar impacts on the ground. Likely where increases are forecast in excess of 20%, we are probably starting to look to realise that those impacts that come from fuel are probably somewhere between 5 and 10% of the overall project cost, but that's still a work in progress at this point in time. As a result of the underspend in the capital program, you will notice that cash on hand is higher than what would ordinarily been anticipated. One of those, I suppose, unintended consequences of that is that at the moment, with the interest rate cycle favouring investment, we're actually able to make interest investment on that cash that's being held, but we still need to make sure that it's available for projects as and when they're needed. Happy to take any further questions on that, Mr Mayor. Other than to close out, there was a question at the start of the meeting around our recovery via sale of land for outstanding rates and arrears. We've also commenced legal proceedings through our collection agency in relation to outstanding rates on a number of properties, and that's part of our normal due process. We'll continue to follow that to recover what is substantial arrears of rates that will continue to work towards a reduction in. Happy to take questions.
That one quick.
Thank you for that.
Anything further, Councillor Hay?
Yes, I do have some questions following on from the director's comments there. One of them was going to be about what are we doing to collect the outstanding rates debtors, given that it's now over 10% that have been raised more than 2 years ago, and I think that question's now been answered. Sorry?
With you, Councillor Hay.
I'll move on. I'm sorry, I can't understand what someone's saying in the background there. Is that a comment or a question or?
We're hanging off your words here, Councillor Hay.
Righto. Okay, page 180 under net operating surplus. Yes, where are we? No, sorry, under operating revenue. Could the officer explain what unbudgeted insurance receipts and workers' compensation refunds are, please?
Through you, Mr Mayor. As the description indicates, there will be points in time where council has made application for insurance reimbursements. Council generally has to manage the deductible in that circumstance. There is relatively large amounts outstanding, and only in the last few days have we received some advice from our insurers, particularly in relation to past weather events. So we are expecting further receipts from those insurance payments. They do offset work that then gets undertaken as a result. In relation to council's workers' compensation, those amounts are reflected as receipts when they come back from the insurer to council. They are paid in the first instance as wages, so they are a direct reimbursement against the wages that have been paid. Does that answer that with clarity, Councillor Hay?
Yes, thank you. I have a further question. On page 188, in the pie chart, from July 25 to February 26, what has caused the increase to 11% for expenditure outside Queensland?
I will have to take that one on notice, Councillor Hay. I don't have that level of detail in front of me, but I'm happy to report back after the meeting. It may well be reflected in spend that's through a national company that might be headquartered outside of Queensland, but I'll follow up that data and provide you a response out of session.
Thank you. And one final question. I think it's page 192. Note 5, planning consultants. We had a high amount initially, then it dropped to 13,000 and now it's risen to 295,000. Can we have an explanation for that, please?
Councillor Hay, I will defer to my colleague, the Director of Planning, but I suppose the first response would be reflecting on the number of vacancies that are being held in that section of the organisation at the moment, and for us to continue to process applications to bring before Council. There has been external resources required in that area. Maybe the Director can provide a little bit more clarity, but that would be my first observation based on the data. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair, I probably don't have too much more to add, except that it is probably reflected on the importing of consultants to assist in the undertaking of a significant amount of the assessment work underway, with respect and reflective of the demand of the services to date, and also with respect to some of the other work that's being done in the strategic planning area as well.
Thank you.
Just a very quick question, if I may. That forecasted not the employee expenses. So if that trend continues, potentially you could look at a underspend of $2.5 million there this year. Is there sort of any thoughts of that being correct or otherwise?
Mr. Mayor,
the remaining months.
Yeah, what's not placed in there at the moment is a reflection of what the back pay will be in relation to the certified agreement. We have been carrying a range of vacancies across the organisation. We're at a point now where we can almost quantify what that back pay will look like, but we are managing that to try and lessen the impact of what a forecast deficit might look like by holding the wages as much as we can through the organisation. I'm not sure if CEO or others want to make a comment.
No, I think you put it well. There is an expectation among staff about what's been committed to, which is fairly important. In relation to carrying vacant positions, the last Audit and Risk Management Committee, if I remember correctly, had 70, around the 70 mark. So we've still got quite a lot to try and bring on board if we're to achieve certain things.
Thank you. Any further questions? I'll put it to the members. Councillor McGuinness.
Amendment. To the Director, and understandably, you mentioned bitumen and fuel products. We experienced tyres going, because that's a fair impact there too, but maybe there's a backlog there, and but if we haven't paid extra, we will in the coming months. So, and no doubt, looking forward for the budgets, it'll be significantly more than what it is now, I would assume.
Just in response through you, Mr. Mayor, not so much tyres at this point in time. Let's say road building material, quarry products, cement, things that have come to the fore. Obviously, we use them in large quantities. I'm not sure that tyres has actually surfaced as an issue at this point in time. Certainly, access to materials is proving to be a bit of a challenge in terms of transportation costs. So I can follow up in relation to tyres, but it's not one that bubbles to the front of my mind. I know we're certainly managing other impacts through our procurement and supply at the moment, but happy to take that as a further question to follow up.
And I think that follows on from that previous quarterly that we're going to look and particularly in these volatile times, to
Yeah.
Councillor McGinnis's point, that we will look at the major variation inputs going forward, particularly around all materials. Thank you, Director.
Yeah, and transport, while it affects us, attending the seminar last week, talking to some of the councils far out there, they're really, yeah, we can all imagine what they're getting hit with there, and general Joe public out there too, with transport of groceries and everything else. But you know, the costs for some of those small councils out west will be, are going through the roof at this point of time. Yeah.
Indeed. No further questions. Is there anyone wanting to talk against the motion? Councillor Hay, anything further to your motion?
No, thank you, Chair.
I'll put it to the members. Those in favour? Councillor Hay, in favour?
In favour.
Councillor Sanders?
In favour, thank you.
Thank you. Motion carried unanimously. Now we will look to, if the Director is prepared, we will return to item 11.4.
Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Questions on notice? Thank you.
Yeah, the team leader and I have just referred to the two applications. So the application that was next door to that item with respect to looking at where the effluent disposal area was. That's also will be governed by an ERA. Also looking at the topography of the land of those lots of the subject of the application. So there was concern about 3 of the 3,000 square metre lots being located along that boundary. Having a look at the topography of that site, the actual lay of the land falls more so towards the neighbouring land as opposed to the other way. The effluent disposal area that's identified for next door and the proposed development also has a landscape buffer and so forth. So we're satisfied that the lot sizes and the requirements of the Queensland Plumbing Code, etc., will suffice to address issues with respect to on-site effluent for those lots that are being proposed in the development, and also satisfied with the arrangements for next door and the proposal next door. So.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Councillor Hay, you're satisfied?
Yes, thank you.
Are there any further questions? Was there anyone wishing to talk against the motion? I'm just going to give Councillor McGuinness a moment to refresh and to add anything that he wishes to say to the motion.
Thanks very much, Mayor. As I said earlier, I think it is a good development and good for the town area, and it's reasonably flat. The Director's right, it does flow a bit towards the south there, but it's compared to a lot of the ones we see, there's a lot of reasonably flat ground there. So yeah, a couple of times, if I may be so bold, Mayor, there's mentions Carson Lane, and one of these years we will change the name back to what the name should be, Carsons. Ipswich changed it when it was Harrisville was part of Ipswich, and we seem to have taken that up, but there's people in the area still by that name, and it'd be good if that was changed sometime. But overall, I think the development is good. I do wonder why there was need for a buffer on the eastern side of the allotment, given that there's a retirement village has been already approved for there. So it won't be agricultural land, but overall it's as close to the commercial area of Harrisville as what we will get this block. So it's the obvious place for any development to help help with the future of the town. So I recommend it to the members. I believe it is the right way to go.
Thank you, councillor, and I assume you're commencing that application for the street name change after the meeting. Okay, so we'll follow up on that one then. Thank you. I'll put it to the members. Those in favour? Councillor Hay?
In favour.
Councillor Sanders?
Approved, thank you.
Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. We will now move to confidential items, and if I could have a motion from the members to move into confidential. Councillor Moriarty?
Thank you, Chair. I move that in accordance with Council standing orders for council meetings policy and the provisions of section 254J3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, council close the meeting to public to discuss confidential items as follows. 12.1 late item, Chief Executive Officer Annual Performance Agreement, closed, section 254J3A, and 12.2 late item, Police Citizens Youth Club update, including indoor sports facility update, closed. Section 254J3G. As discussions will be held about the annual performance agreement of the Chief Executive Officer and the update of progress of the Police Citizens Youth Club indoor sports facility project.
Thank you. Seconded to the motion. Councillor Cryer. Those in favour? Councillor Hay?
In favour.
Councillor Sanders?
In favour, thank you.
Carried unanimously. Thank you all, and we will look to return on the hour. Thank you and welcome back. Now call for a motion to go back into open. Councillor Moriarty.
I'd like to move that the council resume an open session for the proposal of resolutions.
Seconded.
In favour?
Councillor Sanders.
Okay, thank you.
Carried unanimously. Thank you. Now call upon Councillor Chalk to introduce item 12.1.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Today I'll introduce report 12.1, which is a confidential item, Chief Executive Officer Annual Performance Agreement, which was closed under section 254J3A. I'll take the report as read. I've had discussions about this, so I'll move straight to the following motion. That 1, Council will refer to confidential attachments 1, 2 and 3 and consider the recommendations provided by the external consultant as per confidential attachment 1 to this report. And 2, Council A, approve the amended performance agreement including the organisational priorities for the period 28th of January 2026 to 28th of January 2027. B, approve the quarterly performance check-in timeframes included in attachment 1. And C, adopt the position description for the role of Chief Executive Officer.
Thank you, Councillor. Seconded for the motion. Councillor Moriarty. I put the motion to Councillor Chalk. You don't want to talk further?
No, I don't think so, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce item 12.2, late on in Police Citizens Youth Club update, including indoor sports facility update, closed section 2543G. I'll take the report as read and I'll move the motion as presented. That Council note the proposed delivery of a combined PCYC indoor sports centre facility at Dick Westerman Park, including the preliminary project cost estimate of 14.1 million and the identified funding shortfall of 4.35 million. That 2, Council approved the use of existing untied Queensland Treasury loan to fund a maximum amount of 3.35 million as a direct council contribution. And 3, Council acknowledge that council officers will continue to investigate potential scope reductions and external grant opportunities to minimise council's financial contribution where possible.
Thank you. Seconded to the motion, Councillor Chalk. Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just make the comment that it's important that Council move in this direction to secure the grant funding that's already been achieved, which is in the vicinity of almost $10 million. Without this commitment, Council may be at risk of losing some or all of that funding, so it's important that we don't want to lose this project to the Beaudesert community and to the region, so it's important that we make this commitment at this time to ensure things progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? I put it to the floor to the members. Those in favour? Councillor Hay?
In favour?
Councillor Sanders?
In favour, thank you.
Motion carried unanimously. Thank you very much. And that draws today's meeting to a close at 1:04 p.m. Thank you very much.